Hello, good morning from a rather chilly Leicester. Thankfully, snooker is an indoor sport. It's day 2 of Group 1 of the BetVictor Championship League, and tonight we'll have our first player through to the winners group. A lot of snooker to be played before then, but we'll have our first group final for you later tonight here at the Mattioli Arena. We had a very interesting opening day, and it's very tight in the table. As you can see, Hussein Vafai top, 3 wins out of 4, and the match he lost actually was only 3-2. Jack Jones, Pang Zhengzhou, Chris Wakelin and Ryan Day all on 2, and Ryan Day's only played 2, so he's in good shape there, even though he's 5th at the moment. Gary Wilson, 1 win out of 3. Elliot Slessor, though, played 4, lost 4, so he's struggling to stay in it. Top 4 going to the playoffs. The bottom 2 are relegated, though, so won't be coming back for Group 2. So the order of play, we start shortly on table 1 with Chris Wakelin, who lost his first 2 matches yesterday, but won his second 2. He's up against Ryan Day. And Gary Wilson and Elliot Slessor is a Northeast derby. They're just getting underway on table 2. You can watch that match on the Matchroom Multisport YouTube channel. We build up to the Group 1 final, which will be on table 1 later tonight. So Chris Wakelin and Ryan Day is our opening match on table 1. As I say, Ryan Day only played 2 matches yesterday, so if he is actually going to get to the final today, he's got to play a lot of snooker. But he's in good shape because he won them both. Chris Wakelin, on the other hand, he lost his first 2 matches and he was really struggling in his third. He was 2-0 down to Jack Jones, but somehow dug himself out. He won his last match against Vafai 3-2, so he's back in it with 2 points out of 4. Ryan Day to get us underway. Referee's Tatiana Wollaston, and alongside me today is Ben Wollaston. Good morning, Ben.
Good morning, everyone. Yeah, it's nice to be here for the new year. Happy New Year to everyone. I'd be watching this if I wasn't commentating anyway. So.
Well, that's good to know, and it's a fascinating group. Obviously, we've got the fight top, but we know every frame can change things because you get a point for a win, but if you're tied on points, it goes on frames won, then least frames lost, and possibly the result between 2 tied players. So I'm sure every frame is going to make a difference. And Ryan Day, it's a slightly false position he's in because he's only played 2 matches, so although he's in 5th spot, he's got every chance with a couple more wins or even maybe just 1 more win to reach the top 4. But he's got a lot of snooker to play today, potentially. Wakelin, as I say, was impressive. Just his attitude yesterday. He wasn't playing great. He's had other things going on, which you mentioned yesterday, but he just professionalism came through. He didn't just whack the balls around, and he got a couple of results late on.
1.
It's a great red there by Chris. I think the main thing was getting a good white. As long as he gets a snooker here, it was worth playing it. Yeah, I think Chris. I don't play with him much now. I used to practice with him a lot, maybe 8-10 years ago. He must be the most improved player, I think, on the whole tour. It's amazing how well he's done the last couple of years.
Yeah, as we were saying yesterday, he's got the Masters to look forward to. Week after next, he's going to be making his debut playing Luca Bracel at the Alexandra Palace. Well, it's a bit cagey now, this, because a couple of reds down towards Bull. Could be one of these frames where the reds just sort of spread far and wide and eventually be a big break on, but about who sort of blinks first in this little standoff. Be honest, Ben, how much practice have you done over the Christmas period?
Since my qualified just before Christmas, I played for the first time for about 2 hours yesterday. Hadn't hit one single ball.
Well, that's honest, in fairness.
Yeah. I will start playing, but I've still got 3 or 4 weeks until my next tournament, so I will start playing from next week. It's quite because basically I think whoever wins this match sort of rules themselves out of being relegated, I would say, getting 3 points. So, and especially with the balls going like this, it's quite a big first match in the morning.
Well, Ryan Day, I mean, he really is a veteran of the Championship League. Only Ali Carter's played more times in this event than him, so he's seen every scenario. He knows he's in a strong position as he takes this red onto middle. Great pot that, so he's in. Now looking to bed himself in. He actually played yesterday both his matches on the other table, so he hasn't played on this table until this match. Whereas Chris Wakelin, actually as the top seed in this group, is going to play every match on this table.
6.
Unless, you know, the semi-finals, he might end up on table 2, but in terms of the round robin, all 6 on this table.
7. Eleven. Twelve.
Ryan Day certainly renowned as a heavy scorer. Made 4 147s in tournament play, 470 centuries.
19. 20.
All the times he's played in it, though, as I say, he's a veteran. He's never
25.
actually won the Championship League. Got to the final in 2017. John Higgins beat him.
26.
Same was true of Ali Carter, though, wasn't it? I mean, he's actually the one who's played in every single one. He's the only player who's done that, and of course he won the ranking event version in the summer.
Ryan Day, 26.
Surprising miss on the blue by
Touch and
Ryan,
ball.
but I think he might have been a little bit fortunate there.
Yeah, he's not left a red on.
I think Chris will just have to leave the white by the green pocket here. So Ryan can't cut that red that's near the black pocket.
Well, they're both having a good look to see if he can get through to it.
He took a slight risk there, but then I think if he'd have put it by the green pocket, he definitely couldn't have pot it. But Ryan's definitely thinks he can pot this red now.
Well, it's worked out well for Chris Wakelin in the end. Seems almost destined to win this group, because yesterday he really should have lost his third match. Jack Jones came down to the last red. He just needed to get on it nicely. I'm sure he would have won 3-0, but he left himself a difficult one with the rest, missed it. Wakelin got out the match 3-2, and then he won his last one as well.
Eight. Nine. Sixteen. 17.
So he's going to need at least one of the two awkward reds that are currently tied up near the blue and the pink.
$24. 25. 27. 28.
He's developed both reds there. That's a good shot. A little bit closer to the cushion than he would like, but he pots this brown, or the yellow. I'd expect him to win the frame.
Yeah, the shot he played to bring the reds into play was superb. You could see him working it out, and he played it brilliantly. So in his hands now, got them where he wants them.
$31.
Not
38.
not exactly as played, but he still landed quite nice on both reds.
39.
Well, meanwhile, on table 2, Elliot Slessor, who's at the bottom of the table, played 4, lost 4, has made a century in the opening frame against Gary Wilson. You never know, a couple of 3-0 wins. I guess 5th place is not impossible, but he would need other results to go his way. But anyway, £600 to be won potentially there, and he's made 111 frame 1.
$46. 47. 49. 50.
So yellow and yellow again. And it should be Wakelin's frame. He left that long red to left corner, but Ryan Day not only didn't pot it, but he left Wakelin bang in. But he still had to develop the safe reds, and that was the key moment really in this frame.
52.
Yeah, it's been a good break. The way those 2 reds were next to the blue and pink, it looked really unlikely that he'd develop
54.
both perfectly into the open like he did. But yeah, that was the key shot of this whole frame.
Just wants to make sure of this green, because at the moment Ryan Day definitely come back, not least look where blue and pink are for snookers. But the green goes in,
57.
and surely it's Wakelin's frame. Made a slow start, but it's a league, not a knockout this. You know, in a knockout he would have been out
61.
early yesterday, but got those 2 wins late on and is already playing good stuff this morning. Top seed in the group, world number 15, Chris Wakelin.
Chris Wakelin, 61 and a
And
5.
that's a fine 61 to start the second day here at the Championship League. He leads 1-0.
And the gold trophy goes to Alex Higgins.
Stephen Hendry.
And what a time to do it in front of a fabulous crowd here at the Alley Palace. John Higgins! Your champion, Ronnie O'Sullivan.
So Chris Wakelin has won the opening frame here against Ryan Day. Both on 2 points overnight, but of course Wakelin had played 2 extra matches.
The second frame, Chris Wakelin to break.
So even if Ryan Day didn't win this match, he'd have another 3 to play. In fact, he stays on to play Jack Jones in the second match. Just a reminder, it's a point for a win. After points, the table is decided by frames won, most frames won, then least frames lost. If 2 players are tied, then it's the result between the 2 of them that decides the placings. There's also a £500 high break prize. Jack Jones made a 135 yesterday, so we had 10 centuries. Jack had 3 actually, but he's at the moment top of that list.
Bit similar to the first frame. Red's going up the table and keeps going back to the black cushion.
Well, it's far too thin. Yeah, be concerned because he left that chance in frame 1 and that was the end of the frame as far as he was concerned. If this black goes past the red, then he's nailed on to win today, isn't he, Chris?
Don't think so, but I think it might go in off the cushion off the red. Oh, for me, it doesn't look like it goes at all. But yeah, that was some kiss he got on the red to get on the black.
8.
Just signs already. I mean, he's playing well, but there's little things happening as well that you need.
9.
But like you say, I mean, he's so improved. This was, just watch the cue ball here. Little kiss. And then the red just gets out of the way. Only just for the black to go past it. Yeah, because it kind of started for him, I guess, at the shootout here a couple of years ago. It was late January 2023, but he didn't sort of coast on that, did he? You know, he just used that as sort of confidence to take forward, and we've seen the results. He's a top 16 player. He's been in a couple of finals, won this season out in China, where Ding beat him. And just getting great results and increasing his reputation all the time.
17.
Yeah, I remember just before the shootout, he was actually really struggling with snooker. I think he was in the 50s in the rankings, almost thinking about he's going to be in a tour survival battle. Then he won the shootout, and then he's never looked back really. Sometimes with the shootout, some people have really struggled after it. Like even players have fell off the tour because they've got to defend those points. And obviously in the shootout, it's very unlikely you're going to do well again. You know, get to the final or win it. So normally you're going to drop in the rankings, but Chris really, it just gave him, I think, so much confidence, and then believed he's more of a top player. So yeah, that shootout definitely changed Chris' whole career.
30.
This shot hasn't quite come off. I think a lot of it was how he actually won it. He made the highest break of the tournament in the final. Now, if you know the shootout, obviously, it's only 10-minute matches. It's just one frame, so incredible way to win it. And whatever anyone thinks of the format or the nature of the event, can't argue with that. The way he actually won the tournament, got to take the trophy home, got the money, which obviously was helpful as well, and hasn't looked back since. Anyway, that break is over.
Yeah, because I always expect in the shootout, because when you get to the semis and the final, it's really big prize money and a lot up for grabs. You expect it to be like this year, the shootout final, really edgy. But 2 I remember in particular is Chris making that 100 break, and I think Tep Chaya made a big break as well. So yeah, that's an extra special way to win the shootout.
Yeah, and also the man who's top of the group here, Hussein Fafai, first shot of the final, knocked in a red and made a winning break against Mark Williams. Anyway, Ryan Day's another former winner of that, albeit behind closed doors. This time he has knocked in a long one.
1.
So can he, of course he was in the first frame, can he put something together? He missed a blue in that frame when he was looking good early on. He is a bit inconsistent, Ryan Day. Sort of yo-yos a bit. I mean, everyone knows how good he is. He won 4 ranking titles after all, but currently 29 in the world. About a year ago, he was on the fringe of the top 16. Problem is, I mean, it's a good problem to have, but if you win a big tournament, as Ben says, after 2 years, the points come off. So he won the British Open, 100,000, and then those points come off, and suddenly you look at the ranking list and you sort of dropped, you know, 8 or 9 places.
7. 8. 13. 14. 20.
Judge the pace there, perfect, Ryan. This is a good chance, I think an important chance for Ryan, if he can win this frame in this visit
21.
and settle down for the rest of the day. White just about stopped there for Ryan. He was worried that it was going to go too close to that red, but I think he'll just be all right here.
29. 36. 37.
'Well, drama on table 2. Meanwhile, Elliot Slessor was looking like making a great clearance to steal frame 2 and then missed the pink, which is all Wilson needed. So 1 each there in the Anton Deck Derby. They're from the northeast, that's why I said that.
44.
9 Day, this still needs potting. It's going nicely, but this could have been easier. Yeah, well, hang on. This is in, I think. Oh, it's not.
Brian
So,
Day,
Chris
44.
Wakelin is only 14 behind. Yeah, I mean, as I say, that red could have been easier. Left himself a missable one, and he did miss it. Well, he missed a red in that first frame. Different sort of ball, but anyway, didn't get another shot. And in this one, there's slightly less work to do in terms of developing reds for Chris Wakelin. You enjoyed York, Ben, obviously Tatiana refereeing there, the first Triple Crown final, and what a final it was, but what a great occasion as well. You were there with your two sons?
Yeah, we come up on the Saturday night. The boys hadn't seen her for over a week, so we had dinner together, and my oldest son doesn't mind watching snooker for a few hours, but my youngest struggles to get through one frame. So yeah, we watched one frame of each session, and obviously watched her come out, which was special. So yeah, it was a special special day for the Wollaston family.
30. Sixteen. $70.
So this should be frame ball really.
24.
Just red with the rest. If he pots this, you'd expect him to win the frame. Oh, he can reach. Don't think he can reach round. Rest will be the best.
Not to be.
Wakelin, 24.
So, okay, he's not left Ryan Day in, but he'd be happy, the Welshman, with the frame. He's still live. 10 points in it. Always feel on the second days in the Invitation Championship League, they feel a lot more serious because players know, of course, playoff places within touching distance. Feels a rather long way away on the first day.
Bit fortunate there for Chris. He missed it that one completely, really. Nice shot there by Ryan. Done well to get the grip on the white, considering he didn't hit it too hard. Good shot by Chris as well. He just trying to hit that full as he can with the red, which he did, and that gave it the best chance to leave distance between the white and the red.
Well, things just happening a bit for Wakelin today. Yellow could have finished anywhere. Indeed, the red could have finished anywhere.
One.
Good pot there by Chris. So he'll need pink, yellow and green, I think. So just getting the right side on this yellow to get back on the green after this pink. Not coming down the right line. Can still pop this yellow, but he's going to have to leave a long green, I think. Apologies, I realised he needed the brown. So I think he'd have gone for that yellow if he just needed the green. He's played a good shot, he's snookered right.
Yeah, if you're going to play safe, make sure it is safe, and this is.
Two.
Well, very nearly went badly wrong. Green and Ryan Day can only tie. Well, it sort of wobbled its way into the pocket.
Chris Wakelin, 5.
So if you can pot the brown, I should say, be 26 in front with 18 on 2 snookers required. And this cue ball is close to the middle. Wow.
Oh. Round A4.
Didn't expect him to play that so hard, to be honest. It always would look close him playing at that speed because he was widening the angle of the white.
So a real twist here. Now Day, of course, with the 4 penalty points, can win the frame with brown to black.
Four. Nine.
You heard that from Ryan. He wasn't happy as soon as he hit the white there. He knew he didn't get enough stun on the white.
Well, he's really put himself under it here. Well, incredible.
Round
But,
A9.
for someone like Ryan Day, a pretty straightforward clearance, but not to be. Well, very dramatic few minutes. Ryan Day had the chance, golden chance, to level up. But in the end, he leaves the pink on, and it is Chris Wakelin after all that, who leads 2-0.
The gold trophy goes to Alex Higgins.
Stephen Hendry. And what a time to do it in front of a fabulous crowd here at the Alley Palace. John Higgins! Your champion, Ronnie O'Sullivan.
Well, that was a rather dramatic few minutes there, and that's always been the thing with snooker. When mistakes creep in like that, it becomes more dramatic when the standard goes down. The unexpected, and Chris Wakelin looked like he'd thrown the frame away with that in off, but Ryan Day couldn't make. I was going to say, for him was quite a straightforward clearance, and then eventually took on the long pink, missed it, left it on, and it's 2-0. Now then, the Gary Wilson-Elliott Slessor match has been full of drama as well. Slessor won the first frame with a century, had that chance at the clearance, but missed the last pink to middle, and it was all Wilson needed. He left it on, so that's one each. But Slessor looking good for 2-1. He needs another red after this black. Remember, he's not won a match yet, so he's rooted in the relegation zone. But so's Wilson. He's only got 1 point, and obviously,
32.
if Slessor won this match, they'd be basically in the same position with just a point each. Wilson would have a match in hand, but even so, he'd be struggling. So this is frame ball. Table 2 live on Matchroom Multisports YouTube channel. Hello to everybody watching Table 1 on the Matchroom Pool channel. Obviously, it's a different game to what you're used to. Hope you're enjoying it, though. Wakeling were to win the match, he would go second in the table for now. Just a frame, same points as Vafai, just a frame behind him. Although he's only got 1 match left to play, actually. Chris Wakeling. It's against Elliot Slessor later.
Foul and a miss. Chris Wakeling 4.
Miscue there by Ryan. When you're close to the cushion with topspin and you move your head, that's when you get the miscue.
One. Six.
Ball split well there, but he just stuck on a red, so just a safety shot.
Chris Wakeling.
Elliot Slessor did win that third frame, so 2-1 to him on table 2 against Gary Wilson.
One. Chris Wakeling 1.
Played that snooker well because he's blocked off the side cushion where Ryan could easily just drop onto that red. Ryan's playing a big swerve here to try and land onto that red. It's done very well there. That was really, really well played. It was hard to control, to not hit it too hard with that much swerve.
Nothing really is happening today for Ryan Daisy. He's had a couple of openings, first 2 frames, and obviously that chance at the end of frame 2, but he's really struggling. Miscue in this frame, and things not really happening yet. And obviously it's only a very short match. Could be the last frame.
Does make you feel, it takes your confidence away when Chris went in off on the brown, and you know, it was just the most simple clearance for any top player. So when they don't do that, it does zap your confidence.
Yeah, it was blue to pink, wasn't it, where he completely lost his way, put himself under pressure on the pink, which he missed, and then later left it on. Well, he's letting us know what he thinks about how the table's running, but played it sort of way that can happen, and he's left Wakelin bang in now, looking maybe for one chance to get it won. Thing is, though, if Dave does lose, I mean, he'll be very disappointed with his performance, but he's very much still in contention in the group because it's only his 3rd match. Got 3 to play yet, so we could still end up on 5 points.
8.
So, okay, it's been disappointing for him, but he's got to try and just put it to one side if he does lose, because he's straight back on to play Jack Jones.
9.
Yeah, it can be difficult for the snooker players in the Championship League because they're not used to group stages. They're just normally used to playing the match, winning and getting to the next round. But in this Championship League, if you can just play like you normally do and not think about all the consequences, can be difficult because you're thinking about what other people are doing and are you going to get relegated. All these players, I think, are just mainly hoping they don't get relegated in their first opportunity because they just see it as a wasted opportunity if they don't stay in at least one group or win the group.
Well, Ryan Day will play the last match on table 2 against Gary Wilson, so obviously at that point he'll know pretty much what he needs to do. Is he already through? Will he need to win? So at least he'll have that knowledge, but he doesn't want to go into it sort of needing a win or maybe needing a specific scoreline even.
$24. $29. $30.
Definitely looks sharper than he did yesterday. I suppose that's a day of snooker, isn't it? He's had a whole day, 4 matches against top quality opposition.
Yeah, because I guess most of these players wouldn't have played too much over the Christmas and New Year, but because they were on, you know, on the 3rd of January, they probably thought, I better have a couple of days before I come to this. So if they weren't in this first group, they probably would only start playing maybe even today.
36.
But it's great practice to be in this Championship League. You know, guaranteed 6 matches against top players, which you don't get in any other tournament, that many matches in such close together over the 2 days.
42.
Yeah, and hence next week we've got the likes of Ronnie O'Sullivan, Corin Wilson, Neil Robertson, Mark Selby,
43.
Ali Carter, C. Joey. You know, there's some big names coming in next week. Barry Hawkins is in the 3rd group next week. So he's getting closer here.
49.
Yeah, just red colour red, and they'd have won this match. Oh, commentator's
Chris Wakelin,
curse.
49.
Question is though, what's Ryan Day got left? He's really struggled today as the Welshman. But that said, he knows that match really should have been over there, so you never know. I mean, as I mentioned yesterday, in a similar scenario, Wakelin was basically out 3-0 or losing 3-0 to Jack Jones, somehow dug in and got the match won. He turned it round.
Yeah, it's he's good position on the pink here. In normal circumstances, even though he's 60 behind, I'd expect Ryan to clear up, but it's not been a straightforward day so far.
Seven. Eight. $14.
Even so, it's a good chance.
15.
It's come from nowhere, really. I mean, he looked certain to lose 3-0. Wakelin missed that red to left middle, just needing a couple more pots as well. And even if he won the frame and lost the match, Ryan Day, you know, this one frame could later on keep him in the playoff, get him in the playoffs, keep him in the event even. You just don't know in this format. Every frame counts. 2-2, Gary Wilson and Elliot Slessor,
22.
so always looked a difficult one to call, and they're going to need a decider.
$28. $29. $35. $36.
We've already seen, we saw it in the last frame, anything can go wrong. Not so much missing its positional play that can sometimes make things complicated, but Ryan Day's done this thousands of times before, taking out frames from this sort of position.
Played that nice. He
42.
played the red bad before because he should have been on the blue nicely, but he had to take the pink, but he's recovered it nicely. Green to brown should be the key shot. When the green's quite close to the pocket, can be harder to control the position to get on the brown.
44. $47.
This is where he kind of was in the last frame, needing brown to black. Blue to pink that went wrong last time.
51.
This time he's come wrong side of the blue, so the cue was going to be travelling a little bit for the pink, further than maybe it should have been.
$56.
This time, though, he's played it nicely. So Ryan Day looks certain, you've got to be honest, to lose 3-0, but a lifeline was thrown his way.
$62.
Yeah, should make him feel a bit better than it looked like. It looked like he was going to be losing 3-0, but clearing from 60 behind should make him feel better for the rest of the day.
69.
Yeah, that's what he needed, isn't it? Not only to get the chance, but to take the chance, and he's done that. A 69 clearance, so the match's not over yet. Wakelin's lead is cut to 2-1.
World Trophy goes to Alex Higgins.
Stephen Hendry. And what a time to do it in front of a fabulous crowd here at the Ali Palace. John Higgins! Your champion, Ronnie O'Sullivan.
Ryan Day with a quality clearance there, 69 to extend this match. 2-1 to Chris Wakelin, who was basically 3 pots away from winning 3-0.
Frame 4.
And
Chris
every
Wakelin
little
to-
moment today is going to make a difference in the table. That one frame for Ryan Day, you know, later on, as I say, on the countback, could be very significant for him. Most important thing, though, is there's still a match to be won.
One.
Fantastic shot there by Chris. He knew if he got close to the pot there, he wasn't going to leave anything, because then if he gets close to the pot, he gets the right path to
One.
get back on the black. But that was a great pot in the middle.
Eight. Nine. $60. $70.
Well, he had that chance to win
20.
3-0. He was 60-0 up, lost the frame, but terrific ready body to get in here has given him another chance to claim what would be a third point.
25.
And then Wakelin would have one more match to play in the group. That's against Elliot Slessor on this table later on in the session.
$30. 31.
Another good pot by Chris, but I think that'll definitely be under break.
Declare, please. Green ball. Chris Wakelin, 31.
Well, just had to accept there that the break was done. 31 points in front.
One.
Two amazing, another amazing red from Chris in the middle pocket.
Eight. Nine.
After this, I think this is the last of the loose reds, so after this red, you'll need to develop some of the other reds to win this frame at this visit.
15.
That's gone wrong.
22.
Well, that's two chances he's had,
22.
but still plenty on here. 53 in front. Well, it's funny because Wakelin, he didn't play the last shot too well, but actually could well have worked out in his favour. Tempted Ryan Day there. So 53 the lead. Can he do enough here to get the match won?
1.
Well, he's got to say he's making a bit of a meal of this.
4.
Caught the knuckle there of the middle pocket. Very good recovery though with the rest. So we'll need one more red. And the North East Derby is coming to an end as well. Elliot Slessor is going to get his first win here against Gary Wilson. And that leaves Wilson in a spot of bother. He's got 1 point from 4 now. Slessor 1 from 5. So both of them in trouble.
70.
But for Slessor, at least, it is his first win. Pretty satisfying one, I would say, as well. 3-2.
77, the frame.
That's the first match done over there. Chris Wakelin needs this red then, and he will collect his 3rd point. Remember, he lost his first 2 matches yesterday. He was 2-0 down in his 3rd. Dug himself out there. He's played better in this match.
9.
And he's looking good now for a playoff place tonight. He's got 1 more match to play. He's up to 3 points in the table. He'll be 2nd for now, behind Hussein Bafai. All is not lost for Ryan Day, though, as he comes forward to concede, because he's got 3 more matches to play, but he's not won this one. So Chris Wakelin, he made a slow start, but in this Championship League, it's more about how you finish, and he's looking good, as I say, to qualify for the playoffs, because he's beaten Ryan Day by 3 frames to 1. Ryan Day's going to stay on. In 5 minutes' time, he takes on the World Championship runner-up, Jack Jones.
And the gold trophy goes to Alex Higgins.
Stephen Hendry. And what a time to do it in front of a fabulous crowd here at the Ali Palace. John Higgins! Your champion, Ronnie O'Sullivan.
The future is 9 ball.
There's a past, but there's a bright future.
9 ball is the future because of the history.
More professional pool tournaments
Around the world. More traveling. More fun.
More cash, more trophies.
More drama.
I can play big tournaments close to my home.
More motivation for everyone.
We all play in one roof The world ranking is the most important thing. The pool players have clarity,
Transparency.
See where you stand and
See where you want to head to
qualify for the big events.
trying to become #1.
It's a great opportunity to play the best event of the year.
Dream come true, Mosconi Cup.
Too much going to come.
the dream for everyone, Mosconi Cup.
What a shot he's played there.
A minimum of $3 million prize money. Over 49-ball World Tour events. Over 1,000 hours of live pool.
It's fast and exciting to watch, and you never know what can happen.
Just shoot them in order.
The 9-ball World Tour.
World Tour.
9-ball World Tour.
9-ball World Tour.
9-ball World, 9-ball World Tour.
Brought to you by Matchroom.
The gold trophy goes to Alex Higgins.
Stephen Hendry. And what a time to do it in front of a fabulous crowd here at the Alley Palace. John Higgins! Your champion, Ronnie O'Sullivan.
Welcome back to Leicester. It's day 2 of the BetVictor Championship League Group 1. Day 2 of Group 1, actually. Everything is coming to a conclusion this evening. We're slowly boiling up to realise who our 4 semi-finalists will be, with an eventual group winner to be decided later on tonight. Let's quickly have a look how things stand currently. Hossein Vafai, 4 matches played, 3 matches won, so in a very strong position at the moment at the top of the table. Elliot Slessor still currently holding up the rear with Gary Wilson, both of those players only managing to win 1 match so far. Chris Wakeling, though, I think it has to be said, a commendable performance from him so far. 2 matches played yesterday morning, 2 matches lost, and it was all looking pretty dull for Chris Wakeling, but he's dug really deep and shown us all his battling qualities and just why he's very much a player in form at the minute. 3 matches won from his 5, so that puts him into 2nd place and in a strong position. Our next game here on Table 1 on the Matchroom Pool YouTube channel will be an all-Welsh clash between Jack Jones and Ryan Day. The only significant thing with that is that Jack has played the extra game, but Ryan Day, 3 matches played, 2 matches won. So still all very much to play for. Both of our matches this morning pretty much finished at a very similar time. The match over on Table 2. Table 2 available on the Matchroom Multisport YouTube channel. That was a clash of 2 players from the same club. Gary Wilson, Elliot Slessor. Slessor getting the victory 3-2 in the end. So, as I say, Gary and Elliot both very much in danger of being relegated from the tournament. Remember, the bottom 2 ranked players from the group will be eliminated. You finish in the top 4, you get to play in the playoffs, and 5th place will definitely come back for Group 2, which will start on Monday. Just while we're waiting for the players over on Table 1, let's quickly dive in over on Table 2. Hossein Vafai has just got underway against Pang Zhengzhou. Hossein Vafai, probably the standout player from yesterday, played very, very nicely indeed, as just as I say that, he misses a blue off the spot, but could maybe have won 4 matches from 4 matches played yesterday. took a fluke in the deciding frame last night from Chris Wakelin to register that win over Hussein, despite Hussein making breaks of 119 and 121. So this goes to show these short sprints, best of fives, you're never out of it. You've always got a chance. Remember, still £100 a frame won in these group stages. Lots of prize money on offer for all the players.
Thank you for that.
And it keeps increasing as the event goes on. But Jack Jones has just arrived in the arena, ready to go. Referee John Pellu has done the toss of the coin, and we'll get things underway pretty promptly here.
For the kill, please. Thank you. Okay, thank you, gentlemen. First frame. Ryan Day to break.
World number 29, Ryan Day, breaking off to get us underway. Big match this for both players. Ben Wollaston alongside me once again, and if anything, Welsh bragging rights on the line.
Yeah, it's even a Welsh referee, so it's definitely a Welsh affair. Yeah, whoever wins this match really would have a great chance of being in the playoffs. So yeah, it is a big match. Second day always gets a bit more nerve-wracking and twitchy because you just don't want to go out.
It's a great opening red from Jack Jones. He himself played some pretty decent stuff yesterday. Still at the top of the table in terms of the high break prize, £500 on the line for that. 135 he made yesterday.
8. 9.
'Didn't get enough screw off the reds there to get back for the black, so just a safety shot on this black, I think.
Jack Jones, 9.
He's a player that could probably do with a deep run in a tournament, Ryan Day, this season. Currently ranked at 29th, as I say, but I think his record this year says a lot about his form. Other than the semi-final he made in the ranking version of this event, he's not been past the last 32 of any other tournament, which for a player of Ryan's class will probably surprise, well, everyone, I suppose. He's a much better player than his results have suggested this season, but I think, Ben, that probably underlines just how tough the tour is now. The standard is so good, isn't it? There's so many good players coming through, and of course we're seeing so many new winners nowadays.
Yeah, I don't think the tour's ever been as competitive it is right at, at the moment. The players, what people call mid-rank players, 30 to 80, there's hardly anything between any of them. So any given week, any of those players can potentially go far or win an event. Like Leigh Payfan in Scotland was a prime example. I don't think he'd ever been to the quarterfinals of any tournament, and then to win a tournament, just an amazing week for him.
Yeah, and if that's not inspiration for every player, even the guys that are not on the tour, like myself at the moment, Leigh Payfan was competing on the Q Tour last year. Never even got to the playoffs of the Q Tour last year, was right down the rankings, had to go over to play in the Oceania qualifier, came through a deciding frame against Vinny Calabrese, who was a pro a number of years ago, and, well, to get back on the tour and lift a trophy, incredible achievement. Probably one of the most outrageous results, I suppose, because I don't think anyone would have predicted that, but just goes to show how good the players are nowadays. Oh, hello. Well, we didn't see that one.
1.
Ryan's blessed with a lot of cue power. I think he was just hoping to get the white into bulk, but now the red's come up into bulk, it's caused him a bit of a problem, actually.
Ryan Day, 1.
An interesting format as well. I spoke with Ryan yesterday in the Players' Lounge before any balls had been struck in this tournament, and just how it had worked out meant that Ryan only played the 2 matches yesterday. He's got 4 group games still to play before any aspirations of playing in the playoffs. There's a lot of snooker potentially to be played for Ryan, and he'd like to sort of rectify his performance from his opening game against Chris Wakelin. Made a big clearance from 60 down in one of the frames, but other than that, not really much to write home about. I thought he struggled in patches. He'd like to try and right those wrongs here.
Yeah, I might be wrong, but I never knew you could only play 2 matches on the first day. I thought you could only play 3 or 4. I've never seen anyone play just 2 matches on the first day of a championship league.
Yeah, Ryan said exactly the same, and I agreed. I wasn't 100% sure, but he did check with tournament director Paul Collier, and I'm not sure of the reason why that happened, but it happened, and that's what it is, and Ryan's got 4 matches to play. I suppose a positive way to look at it would be if you get on a bit of a run, find a bit of form, you can keep that momentum going into the playoffs, but yeah, 6 matches in a day, that's pretty tough. That's cutthroat stuff, isn't it? Tap on the table there from Ryan. Jack's played a pretty solid safety shot. He's cut off a lot of routes back to balk. He may have to try and attempt this red down the right side. Try and leave the cue ball somewhere near this top cushion, possibly. Well, he's digging down, so it's going to be the red next to the blue, and this is where Ryan's cue power will be shown. Oh my goodness me, what a pot that is. And is he on the black?
That's like, I know he went for this one. There's 2 absolute screamers in this frame. The plant that he got as well earlier in the frame. But Jack, you know, sometimes your best safety seems to cost you. Ryan had no other option really there, and he was just hoping to get near the pot, and that's gone in.
Well, it's an early contender for shot of the day, no doubt. That was an outrageous shot from Ryan Day. Though he'd have liked to have been a little nicer on this next red. Oh, but in potting that, he's worked himself back into prime position, and this is a wonderful chance now for Ryan. Amazing how many times that happens, isn't it, Ben? When a player is left with no shot at all, they then just throw their arm at one, and you tend to find that they often go in.
Yeah, Jack probably can't believe he's sitting in his chair a minute later. He's probably thinking after that safety, I've got Ryan in a lot of trouble, I've got him here. Probably going to get left a chance, and then a minute later he's probably thinking possibly frame over.
Yeah, in a funny way, Jack probably wants Ryan to go for that red, because it was such a tough shot, so high tariff, the red could have gone anywhere. As it happens, he found the back of the pocket and he's absolutely plumbing amongst them now.
25. $30. $31.
Still a really competitive group, this. There's so many possibilities still that could play out. A few matches still to be played, of course, this afternoon. It's great when it's a tight group because it goes right down to the wire and it keeps all the players honest. Again, still prize money to be won for every frame won, and of course getting through to the playoffs has its incentives as well.
36. $37. $43. $44. $50.
So break goes to 50. 3 loose reds in open play will be more than good enough for Ryan. Doesn't need to concern himself with those 2 reds tied together.
51.
Happy to leave them well alone. It was a well-needed break, this, from Ryan Day. Just to get him off the mark once again in this match and try and just play his way into a little bit of form. I know from speaking to him yesterday that he hasn't put all that much practice in over the festive period, and you can't blame him for that. The players deserve a break, but this is a brilliant tournament to be able to play your way back into form and get some practice. It's pretty much paid practice, isn't it? It's
59.
A good tournament to start the calendar year off with.
Yeah, nothing beats match practice, as you know, Stephen. can practice as much as you want on your own, but having butterflies
63.
and playing in matches, nothing beats it.
Ryan Day, 63.
Well, the break ends at 63, and Jack Jones was out of his chair pretty slowly there, just doing the maths, but definite value in coming back to the table. Had that red have disappeared from Ryan, I can't imagine Jack would have left his seat, but there is still a glimmer of a chance. Little score update on table 2. Pang Jung-Zhu has taken the opening frame against Hossein Vafai. They were 2 available on the Matchroom Multisport YouTube channel. Little game of cat and mouse here, really. Jack trying to force Ryan to play into those 2 reds, but Ryan having absolutely none of it. Although he's left a chance at this long red for Jack. $55 points down, there's 51 available if he takes reds and blacks, so it's 1 snooker to tie. Need that cue ball to run on.
Jack Jones, 1.
Well, the black fails to disappear. He's doing the sportsman thing, letting Ryan continue on, but a long way behind now. 43 available on the table, and Jack is 54 behind now, so I think if anything, just playing on for table time.
Yeah, it might be table time, or he's just thinking of the snooker and free ball, but it's hardly unlikely he can win this frame now. But
One.
Well, I'd like to keep this red on the table.
8.
He's got to try and navigate this red around the angles somehow to leave the chance of a free ball. Decided to take his medicine. It always seemed tough to keep that red away, particularly where the red and black were nailed over that corner pocket. So it really is an uphill battle now for Jack Jones in this frame.
yeah, because potting that red,
16.
he needs 3 snookers now. So yeah, doesn't give him much hope really.
Jack Jones, 16.
And when your opponent needs snookers, what better thing to do than get him on your own? So, excuse me, the first frame has gone the way of Ryan Day. 2 long reds from the top draw and a break of 63 to report back from the opening frame. It's first blood to Ryan Day. He leads Jack Jones 1-0.
And the gold trophy goes to Alex Higgins.
Stephen Hendry.
And what a time to do it in front of a fabulous crowd here at the Ali Palace. John Higgins!
Your champion, Ronnie O'Sullivan.
Oh, 1-0 Ryan Day leads here on table 1, taking on fellow countryman Jack Jones. Still very much in the thick of the group stages here at the BetVictor Championship League. This, of course, the invitational version of this tournament. Jack Jones breaking off in the second frame. Pretty solid day yesterday from Jack Jones. won 50% of his matches. He currently sits on 2 points, but as does Ryan Day, and Ryan has the game in hand over Jack. And the last thing he wanted to do 1-0 down was gift an easy chance early in this second frame. That was a really poor break off from Jack.
One.
We saw that break-off played in a similar fashion so many times yesterday. The amount of times a player was left that red to middle, I don't think I've ever seen a day where so many of that type of shot was left. Seen a couple of in-offs off the break as well, so it's all happening.
Yeah, normally if the tables are super reactive, you tend to hit the break off thicker. So maybe it's just catching the players out. They're not used to the new cloth yet this early in the year.
And this is where the game has come on so much. The players are just so attacking now. First chance they get into the pack.
16.
And 4 shots later from having that initial red, Ryan Day's pretty much got the balls at his mercy here. Long gone are the days of players chipping away at loose reds and then leaving it to sort of the last chance to bring reds into play. Get them open.
17. Twenty-two.
How's your game at the minute, Ben? What's next for you?
I qualify for 2 tournaments just before Christmas, so my next tournament's the German Masters, so end of January. So still good 3 weeks yet, so still time to practice. I always think the calendar
28.
for especially not the top players is mostly August to December, and then it's
29.
if you're not in all the Grand Prix and the players tournaments like that, there's not that much till the World Championship.
Yeah, I had this conversation with Dave Hendon yesterday, actually, and you look at the calendar, and on paper it looks a really busy spell when the new year comes around, but actually, unless you are involved in those Player Series events that you've just mentioned, or in the Masters, there isn't really a lot to play in, is there, if you haven't qualified
55.
for events like the German Masters and the China tournament you just mentioned there. So it really was an important
36.
stage of the season pre-Christmas to get in those events, to at least give yourself something to practice for and to playing in the new year.
Yeah, I don't think a lot of the players like those qualifiers, 2 or 3 days before Christmas, but they are important. They still need to be focusing on
43.
them. But most people are sort of in Christmas mode because it's only a couple of days before. But I was happy to win those 2 before Christmas.
44.
Just left himself the wrong side of the blue here, Ryan, so having to take his medicine, play the red from distance, although shouldn't be a problem.
49.
He's worked this chance really well so far. Just needs to steady himself here. And he's played it very well.
57. 58. 64. 65.
Yeah, that was frame ball, but don't think he'd be that happy with that positional shot. I think Jack will come back to the table.
Ryan
again.
Day, 72. Frame conceded.
Maybe not.
Ryan Day.
Yeah, surprising considering he came back to the table in the opening frame, but that break of 72 was good enough for Ryan Day. The break-off shot, the only shot that Jack Jones played in that frame, and it was a very poor one, and it's cost him. Ryan Day doubles his lead. He's one away, 2-0.
Gold trophy goes to Alex Higgins.
Stephen Hendry.
And what a time to do it in front of a fabulous crowd here at the Ali Palace. John Higgins!
Your champion, Ronnie O'Sullivan.
So breaks of 63 and 72, more than good enough for Ryan Day to establish a 2-0 lead over fellow countryman Jack Jones here on our feature table, table 1 at the BetVictor Championship League. Just while the players are having a little moment out the arena, let's just dive in over on table 2. Hossein Vafai, probably the standout player from day 1 yesterday, played some really good stuff, but back up against it in his opening match today against Pang Zhengzhou, trailing 2 frames to 0. And though, Ben, these best of 5s, they're such short sprints that even at 2-0, I don't think you feel all that comfortable. And similarly, if you're 2-0 behind, you probably still feel like you've got a chance.
Yeah, definitely, because just in all snooker, but especially in a best of 5, one shot could just completely change the whole sequence of the match. But yeah, 2-0 sounds good, but it's nothing at this standard.
And if you want to follow all the action over on Table 2, that is available at the Matchroom Multisport YouTube channel. But here on the Matchroom Pool YouTube channel, our focus is very much on Table 1. Frame 3 getting underway, and similar scenario to Table 2. Jack Jones 2-0 down. Ollie up against it, needing to turn this one around. We didn't see Ryan Day at all yesterday on Table 1. He played both of his matches over on Table 2, so it's nice to get a look at how he's playing, albeit his first match result didn't go his way.
One.
I've been keeping such a close eye on Jack Jones this season, been very intrigued to see just how he would perform. Of course, made that memorable run to the World Final back in the spring, and there was always going to be question marks as to whether he could kick on. And of course, with the Masters just around the corner, he might have fancied being in that tournament, but results just haven't quite gone his way, albeit he has been playing some pretty decent stuff. But as we've already alluded to, the standard is so good now.
Thank you.
As he
foul. Jack Jones 6,
very rightly
4.
calls a foul on himself there.
Ryan Day.
Push shot. But yeah, I think this season for Jack Jones, it was a big one, wasn't it, Ben? Or it still is a big one, because you have such a big run in a tournament like that. You sort of propelled up the rankings into the top 16, and all these sort of mindset changes have to come into play. Do you believe that you belong at the top of the game, and then you have to keep backing up those results?
Yeah, as I said before, anyone can, in the mid-rankings, can have a good week, but history tells us that it's such a shock in the World Championship. If you look at the people over the years that have got to the final, no one seems to get to the final that's not really well known. But I think the main thing for Jack in the World Championship, because I wouldn't have watched him as much as I did in the World Championship, but his safety play was what got him there, really. And he was just patient, and it's long distance, but it's harder for him, I think, in the shorter format. I think it suits his game, the long format.
Yeah, you're absolutely right in what you say about the World. You just can't fluke a run in Sheffield. It's impossible. It's too long. There's too much pressure, too much energy exerted to, in the home nations events, maybe best of 7. They can turn quickly, but over the distance like that, you've got to be a proper player to. And some of the players he beat in Sheffield as well. It was such a commendable week for him, and no doubt he's taken so much confidence from that. But of course, he doesn't want to just be a one-hit wonder. He wants to win tournaments himself, and this season was very much about trying to go deep in events.
One. Six.
Because this match, as we said, one shot can change these short matches. That amazing red in the first frame from Ryan,
7.
when Jack had him in all sorts of trouble, has just seemed to put Ryan in the driving seat ever since.
12. 13. 20. 21.
'What a great chance this is now for Ryan to pretty much register a quick kill in this match over Jack Jones.
29.
He's got 2 or 3 loose reds available. That red at the back of the pack passes to right corner as well. This is a glorious chance.
Yeah, and this will take him to 3 points, but the 3-0 as well could make a difference at the end of the day for him to get into the playoffs.
34.
Yeah, that's absolutely right. So first of all, it comes down to points. 1 point per win. But there could be scenarios where players are tied, and of course it'll come down to frames won, frames lost. So it is worth still trying it. When you get to 2, try and get that win as quick as possible. Register the 3-0 if you can. Yeah, so this red clearly will pass to this right corner, which is ideal.
42.
The lead is ever increasing. 1 red available as well, and a little cannon at some stage to that little cluster may be required just to really open things up and kill this frame off quickly.
43. 50.
'Still will need 1 more of those reds by the pink.
51.
We'd love for the red right at the back of that little cluster to be available to this left corner. If it doesn't, he's perfect to go into them. And he's chosen to go into them, and they've split absolutely perfect.
58.
Got the control on the cue ball. Just caught enough of that first red. Plenty of backspin to hold the cue ball in the middle of the
59.
table. And now the ball's absolutely at his mercy. And it's been a really good performance, this, from Ryan. Considering he did struggle in his first match against Chris Wakeling here on table 1. But he certainly rectified things here.
Yeah, he's looked a lot sharper in this match. He did struggle in the first match. Yeah, ever since that first red, he's never looked like missing, really.
It really was a moment of inspiration, wasn't it, that opening
72.
red?
73. 80. 81.
Make a nice century here to finish off. Can't get to Jack's high break though, so that's safe for the moment for Jack.
87. 88. 95. $97.
Well, it's been pretty quick fire stuff, this, from Dynamite Day, and this green is for career century number 472. Oh, and it just wriggles in off the near jaw, but what a performance this has been from Ryan.
$104.
Such a heavy scorer when he gets in stroke, Ryan Days. Well, you don't make that amount of centuries over a career if you're not. These are long days at Championship League, and this will set him up nicely. Again, he's got 4 matches to play today. This match 2 of 4, so 2 more to come in the group, and then he's looking very strong for a place in the playoffs now. 4 matches played, 3 matches won. But a brilliant shift from Ryan Day here to back up that loss in the opening match of the day. He's righted the wrongs for sure. 3-0 win over Jack Jones on table 1. Breaks of 63-72, and then that magnificent clearance there in the final frame to register a 3-0 win over fellow countryman Jack Jones and take himself on to 3 points from 4 matches played. Up next here on table 1, it's Chris Wakelin taking on Elliot Slessor. A big match for both players, in particular Elliot Slessor, who pretty much has to get the win to give himself any hopes of progressing or coming back to another group here at Championship League. Don't go anywhere, we'll be back very shortly.
Gold trophy goes to Alex Higgins.
Stephen Hendry. And what a time to do it in front of a fabulous crowd here at the Alley Palace. John Higgins! Your champion, Ronnie O'Sullivan.
The future is 9 ball.
It has a past, but it has a bright future.
9 ball is the future because of the history.
More professional pool tournaments
Around the world.
More traveling, more fun,
more cash, more trophies,
more drama. I can play big tournaments close to my home.
More motivation for everyone.
We all play in one roof.
The world ranking is the most important thing.
The pool players have clarity,
Transparency.
see where you stand and
See where you want to head to.
Qualify for the big events.
Trying to become number 1.
It's a great opportunity to play the best event of the year.
Dream come true, Mosconi Cup.
The Mosconi Cup.
A dream for everyone, Mosconi Cup.
What a shot he's played there. A minimum of $3 million prize money. Over 49 ball World Tour events. Over 1,000 hours of live pool.
It's fast and exciting to watch, and you never know what can happen.
Just shoot them in order.
The 9-Ball World Tour.
World Tour. 9-Ball World Tour.
9-Ball World Tour.
9-Ball World Tour.
9-Ball World Tour.
Brought to you by Matchroom.
Gold trophy goes to Alex Higgins.
Stephen Hendry. And what a time to do it in front of a fabulous crowd here at the Ali Palace. John Higgins! Your champion, Ronnie O'Sullivan.
Welcome back to Leicester, and it's a fascinating first group now of this BetVictor Championship League. It's so exciting, I can't say it. That's how exciting it is. But anyway, it's a tight table. I know that much. And, well, this is how it stands. We've got 4 players on 3 points. Pang Jun's-Yu, I'm saying for 5, Ryan Day and Chris Wakelin. Jack Jones on 2. Gary Wilson and Elliot Slessor in the relegation zone at the moment. Slessor's only got 1 match, so it's not looking good for him. Gary Wilson's got 2 to play, so he could dig himself out there. But we're heading for... well, getting the abacus out later, maybe. Of course, after points, it goes on frames. So Pang and Hussein are both on 11, but Pang's only lost 4, so he is top on that basis. He's lost the fewest frames, but every frame now really is going to play its part in deciding things in this table, and that is certainly the case for our next match. Chris Wakelin, of course, he lost his first 2, but he's won his next 3. He's up against Elliot Slessor. Now, this is his last match. And it looks like he's set for relegation. If he were to win this, he'd get to 2 points. He would go above Gary Wilson for now. If Wilson didn't get another point, then obviously he'd be 6th. But Jack Jones, then, he could potentially, and it's all, there's a lot of sort of permutations, he could still potentially finish above Jones and just sneak 5th. But I think either way, well, obviously after this match, he'll be driving home anyway. So it's his last match. Let's see if he can still affect things in the table. Chris Wakelin, though, what a great recovery he's made in this group. As he, oh, is it going to drop? It's hanging on the lip. It's not going to drop.
Well, what an attacking safety shot that Chris Wakelin has elected to play there. He's opened the Reds like a practice routine. Worse for him, he left one hanging for Elliot.
1.
Oh, and just when you think you can't fail to be on a colour, he's landed pretty much in the one spot where he's on nothing.
Yeah, it kind of sums up his experience here.
Elliot Slessor, 1.
Didn't exactly get tight to the yellow either. Second chance then in this frame for Elliot Slessor. Yeah, he had that win over Gary Wilson. That was quite satisfying, I think. Obviously, apart from everything else, just getting a point on the board after a pretty wretched day yesterday in terms of results.
Three.
Yeah, and that's, again, the beauty of this format in this Championship League. The fact that regardless of how results go, there's always something to play for, even if it is just a few extra quid in prize money. So it keeps the players honest, keeps them trying for every frame, every match. Of course, when you arrive here, all the players have aspirations of winning the group, but out of the 7 players, only 1 player can do that. So the reality of it is, I keep trying to get the results and rack the prize money up, because it can soon rack up.
Ten. Lem.
Well, he made a century against Wilson. It was a lovely break, actually, and it could actually have gone 2-0 up. He missed the pink clearing up to win that frame, but got the match win in the end 3-2.
17.
Was in the semi-finals this season of the Northern Ireland Open, albeit a bit of a snooker lesson at the hands of Judd Trump.
20.
Yeah, he's certainly a player on the rise, isn't he, Elliot? We've already spoken about him in depth yesterday, 24. But he did show a lot of frustration yesterday, which is something that he's always had in his game. It's something that he's worked very hard on over the last few seasons as well. And I think overall he'll have been really, really disappointed, not just because of the results and how they went yesterday, but his attitude
30.
Probably wasn't as good as it could have been. And sometimes when it's like that, you can sort of get yourself
31.
Wound up to a degree where you can't perform properly, and I think that was the case for Elliot yesterday. Now the shackles are off today, he can just play.
Yeah, I think yesterday it just sort of snowballed as the day went on, and by the end of it, 37. He was looking thoroughly fed up anyway. Still a chance to end up on 2 points here. And you never know, you know, we've seen strange things happen in terms of the way the group's gone. There's an outside chance he could still get 5th, and that would mean he would come back on Monday for Group 2.
Yeah, and I think all things considered, if Elliot could sneak into 5th place, he'll probably be doing cartwheels out of the venue, because that would be a huge result considering the results from yesterday.
Well, as it stands, if he were to win this, I mean, I know it's all ifs and buts, but if he were to win 3-0, Jack Jones loses his last match 3-0, then he would finish ahead of him. And so then it's about Gary Wilson. If he doesn't win another point, then he would be 5th. So mathematically, it could happen.
45.
Getting to the stage of the group as well where we can probably expect the matches 52. To be more open and attacking, because positions are starting to reveal themselves in the group and players 53. Sort of knowing their fate going forward. Again, it's worth noting these days can be quite long for the players, so they don't want to exert too much energy out there, particularly the guys that are coming back to play semi-finals and potentially final as well. They want to try and keep as much in the tank as possible.
60.
Well, in the end, it's a quick kill.
61.
Of course, he potted that initial red, didn't get on a colour, but was very quickly in again, and this time he's done enough already. A snooker needed here, but surely this frame is done.
66. Thank you. 67.
Well, the red stays out, but a really good 74 from Elliot Slessor, so he takes the opening frame here against Chris Wakelin.
And the gold trophy goes to Alex Higgins.
Stephen Hendry. And what a time to do it in front of a fabulous crowd here at the Ali Palace. John Higgins! Your champion, Ronnie O'Sullivan.
Well, Elliot Slessor made a slow start in this group, but he's making a better finish. He's won, of course, his first match earlier on. This is his last match he's going to play, and he's 1-0 up against Chris Wakelin, who, of course, is very much in the mix for the playoffs, but it's a very tight group, this. Remember, we've got 4 players on 3 points. Wakelin's one of them. This is his last match. If he wins it, he's surely in the playoffs, but if he loses it, then he's got to sort of wait a couple of hours to see how it all finishes up. Gary Wilson's involved with that as well, and he's going to win the first frame against Pang Jung-Zhu. He can still actually get to 3 points himself if he wins his last 2, so a lot to play for yet. Slessor, though, a man on a mission here. As I say, it's good actually to see him playing properly. You know, he's not just swinging his cue. He's okay, he's attacking, but he looks very focused when he gets in, as we saw in that first frame.
Oh, and disastrous. Not only has the second red gone in, which he would have ideally liked to have kept on the table for any high break aspirations, but the cue ball has come through and almost had a double kiss plant rebound off a red. All sorts was going on, and he's ended up on nothing.
Slessor, 10.
Again, though, you know, he didn't just sort of play a shot in frustration there. He just took a moment and red spread far and wide. Wakelin knows a mistake here and he's given Slessor a great chance for 2-0.
Well, the first 2 frames of this match so far have been 2 of the most open frames you'll ever see. Attacking safety shot from Wakelin in the first opened the red similar to this, and exactly the same here. And he was in a lot of trouble there, Chris Wakelin, to try and not only find a path back to balk, but to avoid leaving any sort of tempter for Elliot Slessor, and red has come back up the table. The red that he struck. Elliot Slessor duly obliged, so a good chance once again here, Elliot, to register another big one. The first few shots of a break like this are really important, because sometimes there can just be too many options. The reds are so well spread that sometimes feels like you can't possibly go wrong. Just searching for a good positional shot at the minute, but should he find one, the chance is there.
Elliot Slessor, 10.
Yeah, and you could see just from how he stayed at the table, just delivered a few ghost shots there. You could see just that little turn of the wrist at the back. He felt he just cued across it a touch, came away from the chest, and in turn came right across that one, and he's missed it. So that half decent chance go there, Elliot.
1.
So Chris Wakelin's best chance of this match, and what a turnaround in general it's been from the slow start he made yesterday. Lost his first 2-0 down in his third, but got out the day with 2 points, and he's already won a match, of course, today. This is his last match of the group, and then he hopes, of course, he's done enough to be in the playoffs later. And I think the other players look at Chris Wakelin differently now. They've obviously followed his results and are aware he's a top 16 player, and aware that he's feeling really confident. Game's in great shape, the best it's ever been. So, been a remarkable sort of transformation, really, from a middle-ranked player to a top player in just a couple of years. Really, that shootout here 2 years ago is where it all began.
And that's the carrot that's sort of dangling in front of all the players. You look at, as you say, Dave, look at someone like Chris and what he's done off the back of winning a tournament, but just goes to show the opportunities that are there for everyone now on the World Snooker Tour. If you have deep runs in tournaments and even potentially go on to lift some silverware, the spin-offs from that, but it's what you do with it, and that's what I've been so impressed with by Chris Wakelin. He's really sort of taken
24.
The chances that he's had and the opportunities he's been given down to his hard work, and he deserves everything that he gets.
Yeah, and that includes, of course, a Masters debut, as we've been saying, later this month. Luca Brissell will be his opponent in round 1.
$31. 32.
Still work to be done. If if he's going to turn this break into a frame-winning break, there's, well, 2 or 3 reds really in open play still, but 2 reds closer to side cushions, which he'll need to negotiate at some point. But it was a chance he probably didn't think was going to arrive when Elliot Slessor was at the table. As I said, those first few shots were key, and he just couldn't quite find 38. His cue ball on a piece of string. He was just travelling around, chasing his white, and this has been the result. Inevitably, a miss came from Elliot.
$39. $45. $46.
So he's got a nice enough angle on this pink to come across the table for that red closest to the right cushion. Got quite a big area to play in behind it. He's got a number of pockets he could play for it into. So he's just looking for one more good angle off his next colour, probably the black. Just drop this red in, leave the low angle to float over the left side for that red.
53.
That looks just about perfect. Lead goes to 40 when this black disappears, so he just needs that final red. Well, he's been a little bit fortunate there, Chris. 60. He didn't play the cannon to it. He wanted to just drift across the face. It's a nippy little one, this, though. Quite close, the cue ball and object ball.
$61.
Put everything into the pot, which is fair enough. So at least by 41. Already snooker's required. If he could get the extra 6 points, then surely going to be his frame. But it's not there, so there's an outside chance here for Slessor. He enjoys playing for a snooker or two. He nearly won a frame once, having got 7 snookers. He actually got the snookers, and then he didn't go and win the frame.
Yeah, and it was quite a nice first shot to have that, using the right-hand side to just manipulate the angle off the second cushion. Big target in behind this pink, and he's got the snooker, albeit it shouldn't be too much of a difficult hit for Wakelin. One cushion in behind the red, send it back down the table. Yeah, he's played it well, he struck it nicely. Didn't intend to get the snooker back, but he has done. That's a bonus.
Well, that ends that. Terrific red from Wakelin. And the fact Slessor's now lost this frame, I think he's looking pretty bleak for him in this group. Needed really to win 3-0, I think, to stand any chance.
6. Chris Wakelin,
So
6.
Elliot Slessor did have chances, but it's Chris Wakelin who's levelled the match at 1 each. One each between Chris Wakelin and Elliot Slessor. We're really coming to the ball now in Group 1 of the BetVictor Championship League. Of course, the round-robin phase finishes later, and every frame is really counting towards that table, with 4 players currently on 3 points apiece. On table 2, Gary Wilson leads Pang Zhengzhou 1-0. Wilson has got another match to play after that. So although he's in 6th position, he could still get to 3 points himself and join the other players there.
Slessor to break.
Can anyone break free here? Slessor looks like he's pretty much done for, but let's see if he can still win this match. Best he can do obviously now is 3-1. That would leave him on 2 points, 10 frames won, 15 lost. And Jack Jones, if he were to lose 3-0 in his last match, he'd be the same. 2 points, 10 frames won, 15 lost, but then it would go on the head-to-head between them. Jack Jones beat him 3-1 last night, so I think we can say now Slessor's definitely out. They both made a bad start. The difference was Wakelin managed to turn it round last night.
Yeah, it certainly hasn't been a couple of days to remember for Elliot Slessor. He really has struggled, not only just for results, but his game in general. But I don't think that will, affect him too much going forward. At least now he's able to work out what he needs to work on. There's been a festive break, no doubt. He's had time off from the game. He's got a young daughter as well, family at home, and plenty to look forward to for Elliot Slessor. If anything, it's just reignited that spark, got him back into action playing in these events, and still a lot to look forward to.
Yeah, he'll be at the World Open, which is a big money event in China, in a couple of months' time. He qualified just before Christmas, and of course now he's in the top 32 in the world. His match at the German Masters is held over, so he didn't have to qualify for that.
Again, even there, Elliott knows his fate in this group now, but still playing the correct shots and trying to win the game at the end of the day. Still potentially another £200 for him to win if he wins the next 2 frames, or 2 frames in this match. It's looking increasingly like one of those frames where all the reds are going to travel up the table. Downside is the black isn't on its spot, so there's not really much refuge at this top end. It's got to be careful you don't leave any tempters to middle, of which he's left 1 here for Chris Wakelin, but well, it's such a tough pot and he's guaranteed to leave reds for Elliott should he miss it. Well, he's missed it and he's gone in off, so it's a double whammy that for Chris Wakelin. Elliott Slessor set the trap there, and Chris Wakelin attempting that red has fallen straight into it.
One.
Meanwhile, Pang Shenzhou, who's currently top of the table on frames won and least frames lost, has levelled with Gary Wilson 1 each.
5.
There will be another match to play in this session. Hossein Vafai and Ryan Day will go on the first available table.
Just the blue and pink to work off really here for Elliott. I think in potting this pink it won't spot on its own spot, but for any cannons to the pack of red, so eventually we'll go on the black spot, but he looks like he's going deep on the cue ball. Red at the back of the pack, run through for the pink, possibly bring a few more reds into play.
17.
Well, he's gone low again to allow to play the shot with more power, and
18.
That was a really well played shot from Elliott.
$23. 24. 27. 28. 34.
So this is about just keeping a bit of discipline, a bit of focus, because it's a wonderful chance to go 2-1 up. And also, I think, for just pride of performance, if he can end the group, you know, with a strong display, just feel better as he heads back home this evening. As I say, he's got himself into the top 32 at 31. So
41.
now it's about trying to climb as high as he can as we sort of start the countdown, I suppose, to the World Championship, where he would be in that seeded bracket, that 17 to 32 bracket. He'd have to win 2 matches to get to the Crucible. Looking forward to Karen coming next week. We can start talking about the Crucible curse. I'm sure we'd be very pleased to hear all that. Of course, no first-time winners defended the title at the Crucible.
Yeah, I bet he can't wait to be answering the relentless questions on that. But do you know what? In all honesty, I think he's got a really good chance because, you know, he's obviously... It was interesting to see how he would play this season off the back of that world title. And, of course, he's gone on to have a brilliant season. He's picked up a couple of trophies and... Yeah, he's got a game suited for Sheffield, and if anyone's ever going to be bang up for it, it's Kyron Wilson.
But it's a curse, Stephen. It can't be undone, even by Kyron. No one knows who put the curse on.
56.
Anyway, I feel Elliot Slessor will be cursed if he doesn't win this frame. He still needs a red, having said that. It's not finished great, this. And he knows it.
Yeah, the reason for his frustration there is because he took a little bit of a gamble playing the pink. And not only that, he's played a great billiard shot there earlier.
It's a big mistake that, though, isn't it? Because, you know, the black isn't great. And Wakelin, before that shot, needed blacks with all the reds. He doesn't now. He can take a couple of pinks.
The only consolation is he's pushed another red safe. Still a tall order for Wakelin. In goes the first red. He's not quite potted the red clean. He played down for the black. This now has to go.
Nowhere near, so
Chris Wakelin,
after all that, he now needs a snooker.
Well, I'm surprised that Elliot chose to go for that red. I thought the red closest to him down the left side cushion was a better option. He could just drop it in. He only needed to just pot a red and pretty much would have dotted the I's and crossed the T's in this game. But it's just presented an absolute gift of a chance for Wakelin. If anything, just to pot a few reds and blacks, and there's a red right behind the pink, which, well, it would have been a good shot to lay a snooker in behind. End of break now, though. Just taking the points there.
Chris Wakelin, 8.
It's going to be 2 on Gary Wilson. Big match for Wilson. He's on just 1 point, but he's got another match after that one against Pang Jung-Zhu on table 2, so he can still get to 3 points.
1.
Yeah, it's not impossible. We could have 6 players on 3 points, which I think you'd feel pretty hard done by to not make the playoffs on 3. That also means that one person will be eliminated on 3.
Yeah, I mean, that is pretty rotten if that does happen.
It's great, though, for the group because it keeps it competitive, doesn't it? How many times over the years have we seen sort of one player run away with it and one player really struggle, and it pretty much sets the tone for the whole day?
16. Chris Wakeland, 16.
Yeah, well, he's got the snooker, Wakeland. 37 points behind. Pretty good one. He's got to come 2 cushions here, Elliot, and he's got to be careful. If he misses this red, it would surely be a free ball. Well, he's played it well. He's gone at pace into that cushion there. Oh, is the black... Oh, he's been okay. Played it at pace to bounce the cue ball into the cushion, just to change the angle. Really well played.
Well, if Slessor can pot this red, then there's surely no way back. Been a little bit messy at times this frame, but Slessor, surely with this red, well, he's not there. Oh, hang on, you're joking. What a thing to happen. Oh.
Chris Wakeland.
And now, Wakeland can win the frame. Well, that's evil, really, what's happened there. That last kiss, wasn't it?
I mean, it's absolutely insane what happens on a snooker table. It really is. As a player, you think you've seen everything there is to see, but there's always a chance something can go drastically wrong. Now, not only that, Chris Wakeland was able to lay the snooker from the final red going in behind it. He's presented a great chance. 33 behind here. He's got this red, the black, in an ideal position, I suppose. Doesn't have to play on it. Can come down the table.
1.
Yeah, and he's perfect on this pink to get back for the yellow, so what a chance this is now for a big steal. Can't imagine it will improve that man's mood any further.
Slight understatement, I think. Yeah, it was horrible what happened there, and it could be, as you say, be even more horrible here. The black, of course, where it is, it's going to play its part here. Well, the yellow's going to play its part because he's missed it.
Chris Wakeland, 7.
Well, I'm surprised as Elliot Slessor there. I didn't see that one coming. It was all about the black for me, as you say, and I think that was probably on Chris Wakeland's mind as well. He's completely mishit that. No heroics with the yellow there for Elliot. I think it's just pure relief to be over the line in this frame once again.
Yeah, back to 1 snooker needed.
Elliot Slessor, 2.
Well, those 3 points valuable. So, yeah, the in-off on another day could have cost him the frame, could have put him in a bad mood for about a week. But as it is, the frame's his, and he needs one more to end the group with 2 points.
7.
Gary Wilson did win that frame against Pang Zhengzhou, so he's 2-1 up there on table 2.
Elliot Slessor 12 on the frame.
So eventful, but the frame in the end does go to Elliot Slessor, and he leads Chris Wakelin 2-1. So 2-1 to Elliot Slessor. He needs 1. Wakelin needs 2 frames here. Of course, for Chris Wakelin, in terms of qualifying for the playoffs, these are big moments. This is his last match of the group phase. If he wins it, he gets to 4 points, he'll be in. But if he were to lose it, then he will have to wait for other results.
Again, another long red that Elliot Slessor has knocked in, where he probably fancied to be on at least something. He's found another place on the table where he's on absolutely nothing, but he's played a good roll up there. For a moment, would have probably thought that that cue will go into reach. It did do just so. No one cushion escape for Chris Wakelin, having to come the 2. It's close to the black. Hit the black, and he's left the red.
7. Elliot Slessor.
As I say, it does look like Slessor will be relegated, and of course, along with another player, there'll be a player who wins the group, so that opens up 3 places for Monday and Group 2. And we've got Ali Carter coming in, of course, trying to do the double. He's won the ranking event in the summer. Si Jiahui and Robert Milkins are the other 2 players, so it'll be an entertaining group, whoever stays in it.
Has anyone ever done the double, Dave?
Ooh, what a question. I think Kyron Wilson did. I think Kyron was the first winner of the ranking event. And from memory, I think he did win the invitation version.
I know John Higgins has got a great record in this invitational version, but I can't remember if he's ever won the ranking one.
7.
Meanwhile, what a shot that was from Slessor. Worth seeing again, opening everything up, including black and pink.
Yeah, and he can play this red in such a way where he's going to be on either blue or the black, although he'd prefer to be on the blue because of that red nearest to the black spot.
13.
But it's going to be the black. It will just tie itself up because I'm pretty confident that that black will actually spot next to the red, which Elliott has just worked out himself. It may just tie the pink up in the process, so a little bit of problem solving to do. He's looking to try and pot this black and leave himself in such a way that he can potentially re-promote the black. Stay on the pink.
Yeah, 2020, 2021 season, Kyron Wilson, he did win both championship leagues. I knew I hadn't dreamt that. And look what's happened to him since. World champion now.
Now he's looking here, Slessor. The red to right corner is available, but can he leave himself high enough on the pink to make the pink potable into the same pocket? It looks from that angle that there is enough room, although he hasn't elected to play 21. It. So for the time being, he's going to have to work off the blue, which inevitably means the cue ball is going to be travelling more. Again, coming around to have a look, he's got a straightish red to left corner.
26.
Just looking exactly where he wants to leave the cue ball. If he can get on the pink, he'll be able to pot the pink and the cue ball will just brush the black away. Yeah, that's perfect. He couldn't have picked the cue ball and placed it any better. Just making sure to nominate the pink there so the referee is well aware of what's happening. What about cue ball control here? A little cannon to the black. Open things up. And he's judged it fine.
33.
Well, Pang Zhengzhou is going to back to level up 2-2 with Gary Wilson, so they're going to be in a decider there. Big frame for Wilson, that'll be, because he's in danger of missing out as it stands. Not just missing out, being relegated. Slessor going out on a bit of a high, it would seem.
39.
Lost his first 4 yesterday, won his first one today, and has it in his hands to end with a second victory.
40.
And let's be honest, we've seen players in his position before now, basically out, not really showing much interest, but he's not done that. He's played properly, he's attacked, and as I say, pride of performance I think has kicked in.
Yeah, it's good to see actually, because as you say, this format I suppose can allow for some dead matches or dead frames, and no players can just throw their arms at a few, but Elliott hasn't done that. That's another really well played,
48.
really well controlled shot from Elliott. Knew exactly what was happening with the cue ball through the reds, nicely out for the pink, and now the ball's at his mercy to get this frame won.
Yes, not much more to do. And for Wakelin,
54.
it'll be a slightly anxious wait now to see how the group shapes up, because he's not going to be playing again until, he hopes, of course, the playoffs. But will he actually be in the playoffs? It's going to depend on other results now.
$62. 63. 69. 70. 76. 77.
Well, can he end his campaign with another century break? In general, things are going well for Slessor. He's
84.
in the top 32 in the world. He's becoming more and more dangerous. Just got a bit frustrated yesterday with the way things were going, but he played better today. 2 wins in his last 2 matches.
$92.
Well, it's not a century, but it's a fine 92 to collect his second point. Elliot Slessor
Frame a match. Thank you.
is the winner by 3 frames to 1. Chris Wakelin will have to wait and see how this group turns out, as John Pellew nearly goes flying there. Thankfully, he stays on his feet, and we will return in a few minutes for another match. We've got Hossein Vafai against Ryan Day. So a dramatic day of snooker continues here at the Mattioli Arena in Leicester. And this group really is tight. There's only 2 points between all 7 players right now, so every frame is affecting the standings. Elliot Slessor winning that last match, but he can't now finish even in 5th position. So he's going to be relegated. Gary Wilson in big trouble as well as he plays his decider against Pang right now. Pang top with the same Vafai, Chris Wakelin and Ryan Day all on 3 points. Hossein Vafai and Ryan Day are going to play the next match. Of course, Day's only played 4, so he's actually in a better position than you might think there with games in hand. Jack Jones in 5th, so it's very tight. But Pang Zhengzhou has a chance to get to 4 points and put himself into the playoffs on table 2. He's 42-0 up in the decider against Gary Wilson. Now let's just watch this while we wait for our players to arrive on table 1. And he's still actually got a match after this as well against Jack Jones, so Pang looking good. But Wilson will be bang in trouble because just 1 point and just 1 match left to play. He'll have Ryan Day later. So he'll be scrambling to see if he can get 5th, but of course that's dependent on how Jack Jones gets on as well. At this stage of the day, it always gets a bit complicated, but Gary Wilson, certainly if he loses this match now, he's in big trouble.
49.
This venue is where Pang reached that WST Classic final 2 years ago, which was a ranking event. It was the replacement for the Turkish Masters that got called off. Mark Selby beat him in the final, but just further evidence of his growing potential. And now, what a chance to get this one. Just a couple more pots should do it. What a fine finish. So, looks like he's got that win. We'll confirm that, but we're going to go to table 1. Last match of the session here. Same for 5, Ryan Day. Now, whoever wins it gets to 4 points. But Ryan Day, of course, he's got another match after this, so even if he lost this one, he would still be very much in contention.
The first rank, Ryan Day's rank.
Vafai won his first 3 matches yesterday. He made a great start, lost his last one, and then today was also beaten in a 3-0 whitewash by Pang Zhengzhou on table 2.
Ryan Day 4. No. Ryan Doble.
Yeah, the pot was
Ascend to face 6.
the pot was easy there, but it wasn't easy with the amount of power he needed to get down the other end of the table.
No, I know. I just thought it in me had the pinkman in there. Sorry about that.
Well, Rob Spencer talked himself down from the brink there. It was the cue ball that went in. The pink, Ryan Day wanted the pink to go in, but it didn't. Long days for everybody here. Pang Zhengzhou, meantime, he won that decider against Gary Wilson with a break of 110. He had made 127 in the previous frame. He's made 5 centuries in this group. You know, these are only short matches, so that's a terrific performance from him. He's been the best player so far. And he's still got a match to play, actually, in the group phase, but 4 points. We're going to be seeing him later, whatever.
Yeah, whoever wins this match between Hussein and Ryan Day will also be in the semi-finals, and then the loser will have to rely on probably frame difference. And I know Ryan's got one more match, but this is Hussein's last match. So yeah, this match is a big match for both of them.
What? Eight.
So I was saying before, looking to get back to where he was yesterday. I mean, there were very close matches. Obviously, they're all short anyway, but beat Jack Jones 3-2, Elliot Slessor 3-1, Gary Wilson 3-1, then lost to 3-2 to Wakelin, but then lost 3-0 earlier to Pang. But even in the Championship League, that matches and form can sort of ebb and flow. What you want is to just to be in the playoffs later, then try and play your best when we get to the knockout. But put yourself in that position.
70.
Hussein spotted a plant near the pink spot.
24. $25. $32. $33. $40. 41.
Well, he's got a couple of reds on cushions, which is in his favour, obviously, with the lead he's got. Always seemed likely to be an open game. That's how they both like to play. Wasn't much to choose on the head-to-head between them. In terms of frames played, it was actually 14 each coming into this match. So, you know, it's been closely fought whenever they've met.
56. 57.
Hussein is definitely playing really fast in this break. He does get on with it anyway, but he seems extremely fast in this break.
63. $68.
69 in front, so snooker already required, but that red
61.
removes any doubt.
$74. Same Vafai, 74.
Yeah, quick fire 74 from Iran's Sassain Vafai, and he leads Ryan Day 1-0. Yeah, 74 the break from Hussein Vafai. This is the last match of the session here, but there are still two group matches to come later. Ryan Day will play Gary Wilson on table 2 at 4:30, and Jack Jones plays Pang Zhengzhou. And Jack Jones currently in 5th place on 2 points. Obviously, he can get to 3, and then it's all about frames won and frames lost, and basically just prizing everybody apart. But if you can get to 4, and the winner of this one will do, then you'll be in the playoffs. Essentially now 4 from 5 in terms of the playoffs, isn't it? It's Pang, Vafai, Wakeland, Day and Jones. They're the contenders.
What?
Well, a little sort of shimmy there, whatever you want to call it, didn't quite work, unfortunately.
Yellow ball. Brian Dable.
He's just hoping that cue ball would just run on a little, but not to be. Well, I mean, now he's got the white there, I don't know, but he'll take it. Hit those where they could have ended up anywhere there, but unfortunate to leave nothing at all.
One. Six. Seven.
Yeah, playing for this red just above the black spot will free the black into
12.
the opposite black pocket for Hussein.
I
think Hussein might try and power through these reds, get them all open. Not worked out. Perfect. You'd think he'd play safe here, but the mood he's in, it seems he's going for everything and playing really quick as well, so he's going for this black.
Yeah, he's sort of playing like someone who's either been relegated already or is qualified already, but in fact he's neither. He's not going to get relegated, but he hasn't qualified yet either, but he's just decided, I'm going to go for it.
29.
Left himself hampered here, though.
Some shot that, bridging over the red to get that much power and topspin to get on the next red nicely. That was good.
36. 37. $45.
Well, it's been very impressive stuff from Vafai in this match.
52.
Of course, he did all the hard work really yesterday, winning those first 3 matches.
58.
It's about the third or fourth time he's used the left hand in this match so far. I'd like to see his average shot time in this match. I think it's probably around 12 seconds.
$66.
Yeah, and this is frame ball for 2-0.
67.
Definitely brings something unique to the World Snooker Tour, obviously from Iran. I mean, there is another Iranian pro now, Amir Sarkosh, but he's been a real trailblazer. Hossein Vafai, of course, won the shootout, has been in various semi-finals in big tournaments as well, including the UK Championship last season. Created a bit of controversy here and there as well with a few things he said, but very exciting player, certainly, when he brings it all together.
82. 83.
Yeah, you just see in these first two frames what a talented player Hossein is. He does play quick and attacking, but I would say in this match he's been even more.
90.
But he is such a talented player.
91.
Well, apparently 14 seconds down with shot time.
Pretty slow then.
96.
Putting Rob Spencer through his paces, isn't he, the referee here? I'll tell you what, refs prefer it like this, though, than frames that go on for an hour. So, terrific display this. The blue for a century.
$102. 109.
At least give Rob Spencer a break for these last few colours. He doesn't need to run to pick the balls out.
$111.
Well, Jack Jones made that 135, of course. He can't beat that here, but even so,
160.
very impressive break from Vafai, and it's going to be a threat this evening, you got to feel, in this mood.
122.
Terrific stuff. 129 the clearance. Hossein Vafai looking really good. Little smile between the players, and he leads 2-0. Hossein Vafai with an excellent clearance there to really take control of this match. 2-0 against Ryan Day. Hossein Vafai's attacked and it's worked, and he needs one more frame to get to 4 points, although just looking at the table, the frames that he's won going to be in the playoffs anyway now. Ryan Day not guaranteed because he's on 3 points, 10 frames won Jack Jones just behind him on 2 points, 10 frames one. Obviously Jones playing later, Ryan Day also playing later, so it's going to come to the crunch later on this afternoon before the playoffs in terms of exactly what the configuration is. It's 4 from 5. We know that Pang and Bafai are in. Question of Wakelin, Day and Jones now. 2 of those 3 actually are going to be in the playoffs. 1 will miss out, but 5th place does get you back for the next group, although Gary Wilson then comes into it because he can actually still get 5th. It's all a bit complicated, but what we do know is Elliot Slessor's been relegated.
Quite got that right, Hussein. Left the red into the yellow pocket.
What?
Yeah, and Ryan Day's every bit as capable, of course, as doing the heavy hitting in terms of break building. Getting close now to 500 centuries for his career.
Eight. Nine.
Bit unlucky there for the red to block the potting angle for the black. So I know Ryan's wanting to go for his shots. Oh, maybe he thinks this black goes, but obviously tight.
Well, it looked like over on the overhead like it didn't go. There you are. It did, and what a terrific shot that is.
60. Seventh. $24. $25. $31.
Most players, I think, would need the rest on this blue, but Ryan's a tall lad, so he can reach it easily.
37. Ryan Day.
Well, completely out of nowhere, that miss, wasn't it? He was absolutely gutted, that shot, because he's just taking control of this frame.
Ryan Day. One. Thanks. Eight. Nine. $60. $70. $24.
The Saint's seen a plant, but he'll open all the reds here. Trust to a little bit of luck to get on the colour, but screwing back for the black, it looks like. Played that well, and now he's
25.
The balls are at his mercy now.
Yeah, and when he came to the table, well, this is the shot that's opened everything up. You know, when he came to the table, you think, well, do well to win the frame from here, but now, what a chance.
33.
Red Ryan Day miss, though. I mean, it just came completely out of nowhere. If he does lose here 3-0, it's not a complete disaster because he does have another match, but he's going to be taking on Gary Wilson later, and Ryan Day looks like he'll have to get something out of that one. The only sort of caveat to that is Jack Jones, he's the only player who can go above him, and he will have to win his match against Pang Zhengzhou. So Ryan Day could still actually end up in the playoffs regardless, but you won it in your own hands. You don't want to be sort of relying on other results.
48. $49.
It looks like Vafai's going to be heading into the playoffs feeling really confident with this performance. Must have been that game of darts you had with him before play up in the players' room, Ben. I think the standard in this match has been a bit higher, though, from what I've heard.
Yeah, it took us about probably 200 darts to finish one game. Just couldn't finish. Just both ended up on double 2 or double 1. But eventually it finished, thankfully.
55.
Well, it looks like he's hit the bullseye with this match anyway, and Vafai, as I say, he's a likeable character, I think. You know, I know he has upset people now and again with a couple of comments, but that's all part of sport, really. It's what you do on the table that matters.
6.
And I spoke to him actually briefly last night, and he was saying, you know, it was a disappointing start to the season, but the season's not done yet. He's targeting a good second half.
$67.
So this is match ball. And it's been a terrific performance from Hossein Vafai.
Yeah, and potentially another century as well to finish off.
$74.
Disappointment for Ryan Day, but as I say, he can still make the playoffs.
76.
If he beats Wilson, he's definitely in. Even if he loses, and Jack Jones also loses, he's in. So he's looking good, Ryan Day, but been a bit of a match to forget for him, albeit he'll recognise how well Vafai's played.
$83. $88.
Well, he made 3 centuries yesterday. He's already made 1 in this match.
94.
So this black for his 5th of the group. What a way to ensure qualification for the playoffs tonight. Back-to-back centuries from Iran's Hossein Vafai. Comprehensive 3-0 defeat of Ryan Day, and we will be seeing him later as he attempts to put himself into the winners group of the BetVictor's Championship League. Terrific stuff from him. 3-0. So that concludes this session. We'll be back at 4:30 local time. And, of course, we'll have the final at the end of the night. We've also got, of course, a couple of group matches to be played before that. On this table, it's Jack Jones and Pang Zhengzhou. On table 2, Gary Wilson against Ryan Day. And then after that, the 2 semi-finals on either table. And the final will be on table 1. And we'll have our first player through to the winners group. So 4:30 is when we return. And tonight, we will have our first group winner.